Hello and welcome to the 4th Bruntwood Prize 2022 live stream workshop. This week we're in Bruntwood's Manchester City Centre, Blackfriars building. My name is Morgan Lloyd Malcolm. I'm a playwright and screenwriter, and I'm here with these wonderful... Do you want to introduce yourselves actually? That would be really great if we can go round and get an introduction.
I'm Nicole.
I'm Nicole.
I'm Danica.
Danica.
I'm Naomi.
And I'm Lee.
Yes, and thank you everybody who is at home joining us at the moment. I've just been talking about the fact that I'm not very good at keeping things structured in my brain, and so I have to have a notepad in front of me and my laptop next to me in case I forget everything that I thought I would try and do. But I'm going to try and keep this fairly loose, mainly because I'm not very good at doing these kinds of things normally. It usually fills me with so much anxiety, so we're going to just like turn it into a conversation, hopefully. And my first instigator in terms of what this is going to be about is trying to work out what we all need in order to make our best work, because everybody's writing plays at the moment, and particularly I think it's a month to go until the Bruntwood submission. So I'd love to get talking about what we all need in order to write and what our personal needs are. And I'm often talking to writers about process and what that is and what that means to each person, each individual, because we all often, you know, read about how to write books and, you know, what real writers do and what their processes are. And they tend to daunt me, and I find that my process isn't like a lot of other writers. And some people are really good at discipline, and that's amazing. Some people are really good at writing all day, and that's amazing. And I know that I'm not. I'm a terrible procrastinator, and I also have caring responsibilities. I've got kids, and so there's lots of different things that often impact on people's ability to sit down and write. And what would be lovely is to just talk about the different things that we can do for ourselves in order to help ourselves actually get the work done. Because in terms of process, really, a process is just what you need in order to get the play written, and that could be anything at all. So every writer has a different process, and I often find it depends on the project as well, and depends on what you need in terms of that. And my process has kind of changed through the years depending on you know, what previous to kids I was able to write through the night. That was what I loved to do, often because I was working a day job as well, so it was kind of the only time I did get to write. And I was also able to just blitz it and just work really, really hard and then get up the next day and go to work, and that became unsustainable when I had kids. And I found that when I had a kid, I didn't have the sort of baby that I thought I was going to have. I thought I was going to be able to sit in cafes and, you know, write while they slept next to me and all that kind of thing. But my son did not do that, and he would only sleep when I was bouncing him very vigorously in a pram. So I would sort of walk around South East London with him, cursing the fact that I wasn't able to write, and none of my plans had gone well. But what it did do was it created a process that I now use today, which is I couldn't write, so I had to think about my characters, and I had to think about my structure, and I had to think about the story until the point where I could sit down and write, and I would then write it all in one big flurry, which kind of became the thing that I now do. Like I said before, I'm a massive procrastinator, and I'll talk to you guys about what all your versions of this is. But I'm a terrible procrastinator. I will try and do everything except write for quite a long time, and it wasn't until I got to the point where I realised that if that was what I did, I needed to honour that and recognise that that was my process, and use it, and use the fact that I procrastinate. So if I'm going to do that, then I need to procrastinate well. So that is, I don't know, watching a documentary. If I'm going to watch something, I'm going to watch a documentary that's going to be useful. I'm going to make playlists of music that's going to be useful. I'm going to do all the washing that I need to do. I've got to just get everything out of the way so that when I do am able to, I can sit down and write. And this kind of all ties into this whole thing of who am I, what are my own particular foibles, what are my needs, and what is it that's going to help me get to the point where I just sit down and write the bloody thing, because that's really all we need to do. And so in terms of that, like what are the things that you need in order to actually sit down and write? And it could be anything. It could be that you need a really quiet space. It could be that you need to have nobody interrupting you. It could be you need to be in a really loud space. It could be that you need all the music that you have on, whatever that is. But are there certain needs? And thinking as well about what your what impact on your time. So for me, it's my kids, it's the picking up, it's the dropping off, it's whenever they're ill, it's all those things that push them. But some people have caring responsibilities, some people have health issues, some people have disabilities, some people have all sorts of different things that impact on the way that you write. And that's something that I think we all need to embrace and accept about ourselves and our processes. We can't all just sit down and write. I think I remember reading an article about a screenwriter whose process was, I think it was like a day in the life of, and it was get up at 6, go for a walk, end up in a cafe and sit for 2 hours with a coffee and think about my day ahead, have some breakfast, go for a swim, sit down at my desk and write for 4 hours, have my lunch, go for it. It went on like that all day, and it was wonderful. I was like reading it going, oh, that sounds like an amazing day. I'm really jealous of that. But I was also thinking, who's got your kids? Like, who's dropping the kids at school? Who's, all these different things. And I sort of realised, okay, not everybody has the luxury of sitting down and just writing all day. But that doesn't mean you can't get the work done. It just means that you have to be really realistic about what you need. So I'd like to open it up a little bit, because I think one of the things that I want to lead into is this idea of sort of creating a bit of a manifesto for yourself in terms of how you write and who you are and what you need, which will feed into the way that we work on bigger projects and wider projects and with groups. And it's about, like I said before, honouring what your process is, honouring what you need in order to write, and sort of making the most of that and making that part of your writing process. So for me, I know that I need quiet. I need to have a full day ahead of me, even if that full day is actually only a school hour day. I need it clear. If I've got any meetings or anything, I know that I'm probably not going to get any writing done that day. So if I'm going to do meetings, I try and do them all in one day. I often need music to sort of kick me into a project and remind me what I need. I need to be fed. I need to be hydrated. I often need to have gone for a swim if I can, like maybe first thing in the morning before my husband's off to work. If I can nip out very early, I can get a swim in. But these are all sort of like little practical things that are useful. But yeah, what do you need in order to do your best work is my first question to you all. If you'd like to feed into that, we can turn it.
I found actually, as I've gotten older, that my needs have changed. Mm-hmm. And once upon a time I would need a radio blaring in the background. But now I've kind of just transitioned into it has to be quiet. So I do need that space and the quietness to do that. I do have lots of demands on my time, like a day job and family and what have you. Yeah. So I'm fitting it in all around that, so trying to protect that time to be able to do that. But like you, I'm also a great procrastinator. Yeah. Because you're procrastinating on top of everything else, you suddenly find that you've got a smaller and smaller window to actually do the writing.
Yeah.
But the big frustration is that when I actually sit down at a desk and I start writing, the first 10 to 15, maybe 20 minutes are really, really painful.
Yeah.
But then after that, I'm just like, all right, and I could just go on forever. But then obviously you need to get sleep.
Yes. But isn't it that, it's that thing as well of just getting yourselves to start? You know in your logical brain, if I just start, I'll get into that zone. But you keep putting it off and yeah, that part of my knowing my psychology is knowing that I'm going to do that, and so I have to really talk myself into that position where I just go, just start, do 10 minutes and see how you go. And then once you've done that 10 minutes, usually you're on a bit of a roll and you can get on with it, can't you? But yeah. Thank you. Anybody else want to feed in there? It can be anything.
I think I'm a bit frustrated at the moment because I know what I need, what I want. I'm not quite sure if it's a want or a need. Clearly I don't need it because I am managing to write at the moment. But it is kind of in the corner of the sitting room, and my husband will walk in, he wants to watch the telly, or he'll walk through to go to the kitchen, start cooking, whatever. And I just love a little space that is just like a little office. I can shut the door, I've got wall space, I can put me post-its and me flip charts everywhere. But I don't have that yet, so I kind of have to kind of keep putting the flip chart back on top of the bookcase and put the post-its away. And it's just faffy.
I know that feeling. I know that feeling. And that as well is if you're starting to identify that would be something that you really want, that's something to start aiming for and start hoping for.
The gas companies have wrecked me plans, haven't I? I was saying to move house, but now like the gas bill's gone up, it's like
damn it. Is there any spaces in town? Is there any kind of theatre space or anything that you could try and persuade somebody to give you a little corner somewhere?
I don't know.
Might be worth that.
Talk to Suze.
Yeah, talk to Sue. Yeah, a place of one's own to write.
Yeah.
That's a good thing to identify. If that's something that you feel that would help, that's something to start trying to aim towards. I know that's hard, but it's on a sort of tick list, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
That's great. Have you got anything that you...
I think the other thing I can think of is just having like a clear brain, and like at the moment I don't have that. It's just like the space to think, because if you're like so full, you can't actually delve off into the creative world or into this piece of work you've been honing for however long.
Yeah.
So yeah, for me, I just really need to clear the decks or get on top of my life, whether it's like life admin or like work.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's hard for me at the moment because I'm like juggling like 3 different jobs all at once.
Yeah.
And then writing is like not always paid, so it's like
you have to
difficult
prioritise it.
You have to prioritise it and just find the space for it. And I guess just that motivation, like if I have a deadline or if I have somebody who's interested in the work or it's for a specific thing, it's easier to kind of think, okay, yeah. But if I don't, I'm kind of like,
of course.
motivating myself is hard.
Yeah, of course. And I think that's the thing. I don't think that there's any kind of really easy answers to any of this, because actually most of the time everybody is juggling so much, and it is hard to find time, particularly when, like you said, you're not being paid for something, and you have to prioritise the thing that's paying you so that you can pay your bills. Of course, you can't prioritise the writing in that sense. And I think that's the thing, is none of us really are. I definitely don't get any of this right. And I spend my whole time, whenever I do these kinds of workshops and talking about what you can do in order to help yourself actually get the work done, half of the stuff I don't do myself. It's really hard to motivate yourself to do it. And I'm the sort of writer, because I'm a procrastinator, I think most writers are, to be honest. I need a deadline, and if I don't have a deadline, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to write it for me. Because that's I'd love to have that space to go, I'm just going to write something that's just for me, but who has the time to do that these days? But one thing we can do is we can kind of pie in the sky, send wishes out there and think about those things that would help and could be the thing that kicks us in the hope that just one of those things does help us get something done. And actually, deadlines are really useful. So maybe if a deadline for you is the thing that works, then it's about either getting somebody to impose one on you, or if you think you could listen to yourself, imposing one on yourself in some way. But I mean, I can't do that because I would just talk myself out of that very, very easily. But yeah, it's that thing of like, yeah, what are those little triggers that will help us as writers actually just get the words on the page, which is, it's just a really hard thing to do because, yeah, we've got other things in our lives that are...
But that's where things like the Bruntwood Prize are really, really helpful.
There you
because
go.
even if it's, like you're talking about writing something that you just want to write, you're not responding to a particular brief or commission or whatever, having something like that where you've got stories that you want to tell, having the deadline of something like Bruntwood is really great because it gives you permission to do that. Yeah. But you are working towards that deadline. Yeah. So. Yeah, that's absolutely it. And I often say, like, just enter competitions, because even if you've literally just rushed out a first draft of something, it just makes you finish it. It makes you put a full stop at the end of something, even if it's not quite ready. And I just think I mean, just to say it, I just think that every writer does this. Like, I'm yet to meet a writer who doesn't need a deadline and I mean, I'm sure they're out there, and I'm jealous of them. I am, and I think it's amazing that they can write like that. But I don't know. I hope it's useful to hear that. I think most people really struggle to actually get the work done, and I think hopefully this conversation is about starting to take steps towards finding those things that are your things that can become your process. Because the thing is, the word process is quite pompous, isn't it? It's quite a sort of, it's quite a writery thing, and like I think that we all have our own processes and we all have our own needs in order to get stuff done. So whatever yours is just as good as Pinter's or whoever's got an amazing writing process. I just start honouring that and start recognising what it is you need in order to just finish your play. And I mean, I'm hoping that people who are waiting on things from me aren't watching this right now, because I'm quite late on some things. So yeah, it's everybody kind of it's what do we need in order to actually just get it done? Is there anything that you have that you need when you're sitting down and writing that?
Yeah, a couple of things. I feel like, I need a quiet space, I need to be really quiet, like, leave me alone. let me just, otherwise I will get distracted. I need to be feeling well, and I don't always feel well. And that can mean that, like, perhaps my writing process isn't as productive as other people's, because I've got to contest with that as well. So I suppose with that, when I'm like, set me a deadline, otherwise I won't do it. I'm like, we'll be flexible about that deadline. Set the deadline 4 days before you're going to need the deadline to be, because I will ask for the more time, but I need that to do it. But I can't write if I've not had a good night's sleep. I just can't. That's really big for me. And I'm like you, I would love a room, but I ain't got the money for it. I would love a room I can shut the door, and that's kind of where
it's
it
your
exists.
space.
Yeah. I'm still figuring it out. Still trying different things. And I think like we said before, different projects merit different things. There was one play I wrote where I listened to the same 8 songs on repeat for the entire 9 months I was writing it. But this play I'm writing at the moment, I can't listen to any music at all.
Oh, that's interesting.
I'm like, no, it's really quiet. Yeah.
But that those all sound incredibly valid and useful for what you need and what we all need, really. And how do we find the time, and how do we find the space, and how do we find that mojo to actually get it done?
Well, I'm going to put something to the room now, which isn't as wholesome maybe as Danika's responses, but I feel like what I need to do my best work, if I'm being really honest, I didn't pay him. I need money.
Yes. Come on.
I don't love it enough. Sorry. Not sorry, actually.
It's really hard.
It's really hard to do it for free. For very often.
Or do you love it so much that you won't do it for free? I
No.
don't know. No.
I don't love writing. Writing for me is like getting blood over a stone.
Yeah.
I am so slow when it comes to actually getting the words out. So.
Well,
yeah.
it's that saying, isn't it? You don't love the writing, you like having written.
That's
That feeling is the best feeling ever when you've actually managed it. But I'm the same. I find writing really hard, and also it's often quite isolated. You know, when you're the one that's got to just get this script done because everybody's waiting for it, or not, or you're just writing a script in the hope that you can send it. It's really isolating and it's not fun. I'd be with you on that absolutely, and I'm absolutely advocate for everybody should be paid endlessly for writing because it is really, it's hard, and we should be paid for it.
But it is that thing of like, you know, many of us are kind of like still trying to get that first bit of recognition so that we can then get paid in the future.
Yeah.
And that's where the struggle is having the discipline to sit down and actually do all that work, especially when, you know, if you've been doing it for months, years or whatever, you just think surely now's the time to be recognised.
Yeah, and how long do you wait as well like that? How long do you keep going at that? And we were talking earlier about when do you ask? Like when do you go, okay, I've done enough work now for free, you need to pay me. And one of the things that I think is really important about being paid is it's well, A, so that we can pay our bills. I mean, that's really important, but it also tends to mean that they're serious about putting something on and they're serious about developing it to that point where it's going to happen. And I find that a lot of the time places will try and get as much out of you for free as possible. And then if you get to the point where you feel, and I hope that people feel empowered enough to be able to say this to people, but it should be, please, can you tell me if you want to do this, and in which case can I be paid for it? Because if they don't want to do it, then you're being strung along for no reason. And it's, to be honest, it's one of the things that I bang on about with, if you end up with a commission and you get paid when you sign a contract, and then you get paid, bless you, you get paid for your first draft, and then you get nothing until your final draft. Yeah. And between those times you can have a million drafts and you know, maybe some workshops and maybe some readings and that kind of thing, but I just feel like that's a really weird system. It doesn't quite work because it just sort of depends on writers just writing into the wind.
Well, I should have listened to that. Is there ever a final draft?
No, really? and you're often responding to notes from people who aren't actually going to physically make the show. Yeah. And I kind of I like working, because we're all making, when we're writing a play, we're writing something that's going to end up on a stage, aren't we? So, and that involves lots of different people's input, and to kind of have their input from quite an early stage, I find is really valuable to a script. And so, yeah, if it can get to that point where you've delivered your first draft, I just feel like they should know by then whether or not. And I've had a play just be in development for 6 years, and then they sort of had to admit they didn't really want it. And I had to take it back, you know. So you kind of, that's where my drum beating comes from, is the frustration at that. But yeah, you can. And I did so many drafts during that time, and you're not being paid for them. So
if they're interested in the story, they're interested in the story.
Yeah.
If they're not, then just say.
Yeah, and also a bit of faith in, you know, you're all writers that have got to a certain stage anyway. You're all capable. It's not like you can't write the play and get it to that stage. It's a little bit, it's also that thing of like, just have a bit of faith in, yeah, it's not ready now, it's at first draft, it's not ready to go on stage, I know that, but I'll get it there, particularly if you give me a stage, and particularly if you give me a director to work with. So
because you need that external input to be able to get it to that final ready draft.
And there's so much to be said for having that faith of a theatre behind you going, of course you can do it. And get it on stage, of course you can. It gives a whole different energy to just redrafting in a kind of vacuum of, I don't even know if it's going to go on stage. I don't know what, you know. It becomes sort of a literary exercise rather than a physical one that where you're aiming to physicalise it and get it on stage. You know,
it's really sad to write something that never kind of like materials to performance. It's like a grieving process that kind of happens when it doesn't happen. Yeah, and you're like, oh, I envisioned this and I thought it was going to look like this, and then it doesn't happen, and then you're like, well, how do you put that to bed?
Yeah.
And that's a really hard thing, I think, I think I really struggle with writing rejection because I put so much of myself in it that when they say no, it's like, well, you're saying no to
Yeah, to me.
saying no to me.
Yeah.
It's quite a personal thing. Like,
Of course
when
it
you've
is,
cut
yeah.
off a part of yourself and put it in that, and then it doesn't flower to anything bigger. It feels like there's so much sacrifice. I don't know.
No, I think of course, because we put everything, and obviously, and often quite a lot of personal stuff goes into to the work. Yeah. But I would say that anything that you do have is not wasted.
Yeah.
And it will come back.
Yeah,
and actually having things in the drawer for when that play does happen, and people go, "What else have you got?" It's a useful thing to have. Yeah. And it might also become a different thing. It might be something that doesn't become a play, it becomes a telly, or it becomes a radio, or something that it's never wasted.
That literally happened to me this week. I was like really struggling with something. I've been struggling with it for about 2 years, and I was like, why isn't it happening? And then I was like, oh, because it was meant to be recorded, not live. And I was like, oh, there it is. That's there.
And it sometimes takes that time as well to get there, and that's okay. And again, whatever your process is, if those moments of rejection are painful, and they are for everybody, then it's sort of taking that time to grieve for what it was in your head, but then remembering that it's still an entity, it's still something that you have created, and it will have a life at some point. Whether that, I mean, you might even just put it on yourself, like, as if that's a really easy thing to do. Oh, that's so easy. I'll just whack it on myself, I'll just get a little team together, it'll be fine. Like, but, you know, if there's, have a reading of it with your mates or whatever, and then put it to bed for a bit, and then it'll come out again at some point. Definitely. I don't think anything's ever a wasted thing.
No.
I've got quite a few plays in the drawer that just sitting there that probably should never see the light of day, but it's one of you don't, but they've all kind of also become like some of the themes in some plays that I've never done, I've later done in plays that have been done. So you kind of it's almost like development, it's almost like research for your later things. I sort of we sent off on a little bit of a tangent. That is useful. It's all useful. Where did I get to? See, this is me looking at my notepad to remember. We could probably do a task, couldn't we? So actually, let's do a task. Let's go to a task, which is the first task, which is asking everybody at home what I've been asking you, which is what do you need in order to do your best work? And that's in a really... And we take some time now to just write down those things that you know that you need to do your best work. Hello everybody, welcome back. We've all had a little break, a little snackaroo. So yeah, just taking what we've been talking about, what we need for best self. I wanted to talk a little bit about practical things that are useful. I thought I could share some of the things that I do in a practical sense that help me, and then maybe we could also share knowledge, because I'm sure you guys have all sorts of things that that help. And so I mean, the first one to say is what I've mentioned before, which is embracing my procrastination and accepting that I'm going to spend an awful lot of time not writing. But what I worked out was, and this was, when I worked out that if I had thought through all my characters, if I'd thought through all my story, if I'd sort of done all that kind of prep, I can sit down and I can blitz out a play. So the play that I wrote when my son was a baby in the pram was The Wasp, which is a two-hander thriller, and I wrote the first act of it for a short play festival, so that was a deadline, which was useful. But I wrote it after working out the characters, so I kind of knew them so well that by the time I sat down to write, and I think I had a day to do it in, that my husband was able to sort of just take the baby away and then bring him back for breastfeed and stuff, and I was just writing. And I wrote that, and we did it at the festival, and the feedback was all, because I sort of left it on a cliffhanger, was what happens next. And so that kind of got me ticking. I was like, okay, well, great. If people want to know what happens next, that's another good reason for me to actually write something more. So I then carried on planning it out in my head, knowing that I couldn't do it any other way, until I had a full weekend, and then I wrote the other two acts in a weekend. And the thing is that I now know that, and to be honest, I've been always like that, I always did essays at the last minute, and I always, that's just how I write. And and when I sort of embraced that about myself and went, okay, well, make sure you know everything about your characters, make sure you kind of know sort of where it's going. Like with The Wasp, to be honest, I knew, spoiler alert, that somebody was going to die, but I didn't know who. So when I wrote it, I got to the end, and it kind of came out in that moment. I was like, oh, it was sort of as much of a surprise to me as it was. But that kind of, because I had the characters so solidly in my head, I knew how they spoke, I knew how they'd react. So as I was kind of like working through it, I could just write it in a big old flurry at the end. And so when I recognised that that was my method, was that I write in a big panic at the end, then as long as I do everything building up to that to get to the point so that I've got nothing distracting me, I've done all my planning, then I'm fine. That was me going, right, that's your process. It's probably not the best one, but that's what it is, so honour that. Another practical thing that I do, which I can't remember where I learnt this from, but it's really useful, is I have a cork board, and it has 3 columns, and at the top of them it says to do, doing, done. And I put all of my projects on post-its, and I put them in to do, and then I move them across when I'm doing them, and then I move them across when I'm done. And it's so basic, but for my psychology, it really, really works. And you can kind of do it in your notepad as well. You can kind of, it's a bit like a sort of to-do list or whatever, but just the physical act of moving something through the columns and seeing it as well, like seeing all your projects up, it kind of calms you down, because you go, okay, those are the things that need to do, but I'm not focusing on them at the moment because I've got this thing that I'm doing. And then now I've moved it across. It kind of, when you're working on lots of different things at the same time, to stop myself from panicking about how much I need to do and going, today is not the day for that project, today is the day for this project, that really helps my brain. And actually leading on to that, when I always have several things on the go at the same time, and I find it very hard to switch between them, and I often have to make sure I have a day or two where I'm on one thing. It doesn't always work out like that, but you try and do that. And we were talking about music before, and what I do with each project is I make a playlist. We were talking about that a little bit. So that I have the vibe of a show or a play, and it means that when I when I need to sort of switch into a new project, having just been working on something else, I can listen to the music and it gets me back into the mood of it. And I think that that's just how I connect with things, like audio and also visual. Like I do sort of often, not for every project, but I do sometimes use a Pinterest or something where for images and like the feel of something. I kind of make little, I guess they're mood boards really, aren't they? They're kind of, and there are lots of different apps that you can get for this sort of stuff, but I'm quite technologically basic about it. But yeah, music for me is really useful, and going for a walk. And I know that's not always possible for everybody, but whatever that version of things are for people, taking myself out of the space that I'm in, playing the music that is related to the project, that either gets me into it, or if I'm stuck on something, it often helps me out. So as a practical thing, that's the thing. And then really basically I have the same notebook. I've bought about 5 of these to last me for the next few months, and I'll keep buying. I found my perfect notebook. Like whatever your perfect notebook is, find it and then buy it up. Because it I realise I need to write on graph paper, don't know why. I need to be able to sort of date it so that I know where I'm at, and I need to just stick with one. Like some people have notebooks for each project, which is again another, I've tried that but it didn't quite work for me. But for me, I sort of have everything and it just goes through date, and then I can, because I'm jumping between things all the time. Yeah, so notebooks are really important for me and in a practical sense on my brain. And then also a sort of a dump document on my computer where I put all my links and my articles that I don't really know what to do with but might be useful when I'm doing further research. So I just, and thoughts, like little thoughts that are useful to have on my computer rather than in my notebook. Those are my sort of like main practical things. I'm going to open it up now and see what you guys do, because I want to learn from you, because you've probably got some good stuff as well.
I have something called a graveyard document.
Oh yeah,
So
go, what's
weird.
that?
When I'm like redrafting and something's gone missing, I'll copy and paste it into a graveyard document so I don't forget it exists.
Oh, that's nice.
And then I look through like, I suppose like the ghosts of what it was before.
Yeah.
And that kind of informs the redrafting process.
Yeah.
So it's weird, there's like so many documents on my laptop that's like something graveyard, and I'm like, people just think I'm like a weird grave digger or something. Like, I don't really know, but that's really useful.
That is useful, that's a really good idea. Yeah,
so
because you
it's
take
bits
things.
you've taken out of your plays then.
And you don't want to let them
so
go.
when I'm redrafting, I start like a whole new document. I don't like cut and paste things. It's too much for me. I have to like retype every single word out.
Wow.
But
Wow.
but if there's something in the old draft that I really liked that I don't want it to like go, I'll like cut it out and put it in the graveyard. It's so weird. So nobody taught us how to do that. I was just like, this works.
Yeah, no, that's
Yeah.
really useful.
Yeah.
That's a really useful one.
Mine is like the opposite way around from that, actually, now I think about it, because I like make a document which is like the free write document to kind of not intimidate myself. And then I just write on it and I'm like, whatever's on here, it doesn't matter, it's fine.
Yeah.
And then I usually end up being like, oh, this is actually kind of good. And then I like copy and paste it to the official. And then, yeah, it just ends up being the full free write usually. But like, there has
That's
been messy
great.
times where there's been highlighted yellow bits and lots of weird things going on. But
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, and what's, because this is making me think about when I'm writing, because I write beginning to end. Like I can't write a scene that's later on and then jump around. I just can't. My brain can't do it. So it tends to mean my first draft's like the first few scenes are amazing, and then everything just kind of falls to pieces because I'm just like constantly going over which is, I mean, this is not a good method. I wouldn't necessarily recommend it, but writing beginning to end means that. And particularly if I'm writing in a flurry and I'm trying to get it done, as I'm going through and I'm spotting things that I know aren't working or I need to check and stuff, I just keep a note of it as I go, rather than stopping and spending too long on it. I just keep going and go, right, just check that later, just check that. And so you end up with a list of, once you've got the full document, then you can go back and check on those things. Not again.
Do you know, just like listening to you talking, there's so many little things which are like sort of spring to mind
Yeah.
of little things, and like a similar thing, rather than writing it on something else, I'd like caps lock and highlight.
What is this?
What expand on this,
Yeah.
or redo the dialogue or whatever.
Yeah,
Do you know what I mean? So there's that kind of like prompt as I'm going through it, because I'm not disciplined enough to start writing from scratch again. I have to take, my second draft is the first draft, which I'm then editing and reworking. So I kind of like highlight things in that. But there's the thing about having permission to allow yourself the time to go through all the different stages. So the thinking time, which I beat myself over the head, saying, you need to be writing, you need to be writing. No. You need to step back and just let it all thing. I get a germ of an idea, and on a computer I've got like a folder, my writing folder, and then there's all these subfolders which have got like dozens and dozens of ideas, which one day I'll get around to actually developing. But then from that, I then have my notebook, which I then scribble all my notes in, and highlighters are an amazing invention because I can highlight different colours for different projects and what have you. I then, once I've started to think about writing things, I have to have people to bounce ideas around with. Do you know what I mean? I have to go through that kind of creative process, because often you get a germ of an idea and it's just like there's not enough there for that to be a play in its own. You know, that needs to have all these other layers and all this kind of stuff. And it's only when I can like bounce around with fellow creatives, or actually sometimes it could just be someone I work with or whatever, and you know, what's your thoughts on this idea, and then they might suggest something which I can then build into. So those are kind of the processes.
Yeah, and actually even like trying to explain something out loud to somebody about what you're writing about suddenly clarifies stuff, doesn't it? And I resist that so much, because I'm always like holding on to it really tightly until, and also because I'm usually going, I haven't done enough work on this, don't really know. But if I make myself speak to somebody who I trust and I want to tell them about my project, just in articulating it, you start making discoveries, and you start going, oh, hang on, this is all right. Actually, I think I know what I'm doing.
But also within that, you know, we were talking earlier on about you put so much of yourself, so it's personal. So when you get feedback, it feels like, you know, it's you that's being criticised. So it is a bold thing to actually go, you know, and you know, I sometimes have to force myself to do it, so that I can then.
It's really exposing. It's exposing to. Particularly if you don't feel quite ready to do it yet, and that's why it has to be somebody you really trust. But it's also doing those scary things sometimes. Makes things leap forwards much quicker than if you were trying to work it out yourself. And it is that thing of like, I'm often telling people who right at the start of their writing experience, that just getting a bunch of friends around and reading whatever you've written out loud really helps you realise, you know, what doesn't sound right when you put it into people's mouths, and like all those. Do you do? I try and do that if I can, but it's really exposing.
I don't want to send stuff out into the world until I've heard it myself, just in the privacy of my own like front room. Because it's so brilliant, isn't it? When you're writing away on your laptop, it's like, oh
best dialogue in the world.
I think it looks lovely.
Like, oh,
exactly. And you can't know that until you hear it out loud, and people try and get their mouths around it. Have you got any other little bits and bobs that you do that kind of get you? Because you were saying that when you're having to sort of like pull all your stuff down and get it all set out because you don't have your dedicated space, are there things that kind of get you going when you're writing?
I feel like I am a big planner, and I don't think it's about procrastination and being like, I'll just put stuff off. I think it's because I feel, because I was told like quite a lot at the beginning of my writing journey, oh, you're not very good at structure, are you? You know. So I feel like I have to.
Sounds encouraging.
I know, isn't it? It's like, well, dialogue's all right, but the structure's all over the place. I'm like, oh, okay. So I feel like I have to plot everything out, kind of either with post-its on a wall or kind of on flip chart paper, and kind of like, okay, so Act 1 ends there, then in Act 2 this happens, and like the midpoint is this and whatever. But that's just what works for me, but might not work for anyone else.
No, but that sounds really sensible, to be honest, and I wish I did that more often, to be honest, because I will try and do that, and then I will get lazy and stop doing like the second act or something, and I will, the first act will be fabulous, and then I will have to go back to it and go, what's wrong with my structure? So I think you're doing a really good thing, basically.
So just like you're saying about giving yourself permission, or as I was saying earlier, giving myself permission, is to acknowledge that the first draft is going to be crap.
Yeah, yeah,
Do you know what I mean?
yeah. The vomit
and I'm
draft.
expecting it to be brilliant.
Yeah.
And I'll go back and reread it and I just think, oh my word, what were you thinking? But it's it's giving myself permission.
This is really useful because I think this idea of giving ourselves permission, it all comes from that idea of what we think we should be doing as writers. And again, it's like coming back to us trying to really hone into what we need personally in order to actually just get the work done. And yeah, giving ourselves permission to do those things that feel like it's not real writing. Like you said before about having time where you're not writing and you're just thinking, or you're also just having a break. Like you know, you're going for a walk, or you're going to see your show, or you're just going shopping, or whatever. Stepping away from something is often just as useful as sitting there and staring at it for, like, the amount of times I've just sat there for hours just not writing when I should have just gone out for a walk, you know. And it's silly, and I think it's, but for me, I think it's born from going, if you're going to write, you have to sit there and you have to just write it and you have to get it done, you know. Where's your discipline? But actually constantly remind, and you know, and I still don't get this right, and I run these workshops and I'm saying these things to you guys and I still don't do it enough. But I should just always go, right, it's not working for you today, up you get, go and have a walk, go and do something else, come back to it. You're not going to get anything else done today. Stop scrolling Twitter. Like, it's, you know, it's that stuff.
But we're not perfect. That's what I was
We're not
thinking.
perfect.
You know, as much as like we can have the perfect formula, we're still gonna in our brains fight ourselves and like find a million things that are going wrong or
endlessly
whatever else. So like, as much as we do know these things, we're still gonna do them.
Of course. And yeah, I don't know if I will ever stop, and but I don't think we have to. You know, that's what we're all humans, aren't we? And we're trying to. Yeah, and it is what are those little moments that do work for us, and how can we kind of recreate them, I guess.
I think for me it was realising that actually I don't have to write beginning to end. I think when people go, oh, about the structure thing and how I'm not very good at it, I thought, oh, maybe, you know, a way of being good at it is to write beginning to end and do it that way.
Yeah.
But then I just don't write anything.
Yeah.
It's just like...
It's quite daunting to do it that way.
Yeah, so it's just like, if I've got an idea for a scene or just an idea for anything, it's just write it and then figure out where it goes later.
Yeah. I think that sounds really good and sensible. I want to do that.
Well,
I'm going to start doing that.
Because writing, just getting me to write anything, it's like, it's just so hard. So it's like, well, it's just going to have to come out how it comes out.
But that's exactly it. What is that thing that just gets something written? Like, whatever it is. And if that is just writing the end scene, or a scene that you don't even know is going to end up in there, you're just going to write it because it might help with the character. I think that's really great. That's really great, and I need to learn from that, because I would just sit there going,
no, I'm sitting there going, how do you write beginning to end? How do you even do
I don't know, it's stupid. I don't know what I'm doing.
but
that's the point, isn't it? I don't think anybody really does. I think when you sort of like, you know, that's why I sort of get these anxieties. You know, I'm sitting here going, what do I know? I don't know how to write things. You know, it depends on every project. Like, so there's so many different factors that get something written and mean that they work. And quite often it's because of who you're collaborating with. And like all of my plays recently, they've all been a product of me starting off with an idea and starting off with a bit of a first draft or something, but mostly in the development with the director and the designer, with the producer, like all of this inputting, all of this work. And I guess that's why I was talking about how it doesn't help us as writers to just be writing endless drafts in a vacuum. We need that input, and we need that kind of sense of this is going to go on, this is going to happen, because otherwise why are we writing it? We write theatre to be performed, we don't write it to be read. You know, so yeah, we need that idea of it's going to be on a stage at this sort of time, in a year, in 2 years, whatever it is. And that completely changes the energy around why we're writing it. And it gives us that sort of, you know, drive to actually do it.
I do have a friend, he writes screenplays rather than for theatre. And what I was always very envious about him was that he would write everything out following the structure, like, you know, like beats here, inciting incident on page whatever, you know, my crescendo has to be in the middle here, midpoint, and, you know, entering the first and the third act and all this kind of stuff. and he's brilliant at writing like that. I can't do it.
Yeah.
So that discipline, that structure, that
Yeah.
rigidity, I have to, and again, permission,
Yeah.
allow myself to do it intuitively.
Yeah.
And then if I need to put structure on afterwards, to go back and look at it and
Yeah.
edit it so that it does feel a structure. But to have that as my starting point, actually, I would never write anything.
I think
Yeah.
that's a difference, isn't it, between like theatre and screen, film writing, and that very often, to get permission to write your screenplay, you have to have your scene by scene,
Yeah,
beat
you
sheet
work it
and
all out.
treatment and everything.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, I thought about it that way.
And it is quite a rigorous process in that sense of being able to then, I mean, and it will always change, but that first draft is always quite exactly what you've plotted out, which it is quite nice to write like that because you don't have to do all the thinking in the moment like that you often do in theatre. But yeah, that instinctiveness of seeing where something goes and where
Without
it
the
could go.
constraints of structure.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But
Structure's such a redundant thing,
Hmm.
isn't it? Like, I really don't believe in structure. Maybe that's the worst thing to say ever.
Not at all, not at all.
But
it's like confession time.
Yeah, no, it's great, it's great.
I did this workshop with you know Chino Edinburgh, the writer.
Yeah,
And
she just directed my play
Oh.
for High Tide.
Oh yeah, of course
Yeah.
she did. Of course
Yeah.
she did.
Yeah,
Of course she
she's
did.
fabulous.
And I did this workshop with her, and she said we read Generations by Debbie Tucker Green, and I keep saying to this moment, I tell everybody when we talk about structure, it was the first time I'd ever really understood what structure is, because she explained it so clearly that structure serves narrative, narrative doesn't serve structure, and that within Generations, the way it's structured is a family losing the young people before the old people because of the AIDS epidemic. So of course it's going to be structured like that.
Yeah,
And it's like something just like flipped in my brain. I was like,
yeah,
I don't have to put my plays, my thoughts and my ideas into how we're told to write, because structure wasn't made by writers like me.
No.
It was made by a dominant class of people, a really small group of people 100 years ago, and
yeah.
why would my stories fit into that structure? Because I'm not wired that way. I don't experience life with payoff.
Absolutely.
I don't experience life with satisfaction. It's always unsatisfactory. It's always, other
Yeah.
things. So then I feel like with structure, when I write for theatre, I just go and then see where it goes and what the narrative is, and think about like what's like. I was helping someone recently, and they were writing something small for Sorry, I've gone off now.
No, this is great. Keep going.
They were writing something small, like it's like one of the first things they've ever done, and they asked for some help, and I was like, I don't know what I can offer, but I was like, okay, let's have a go. And they were structuring something, and it was about like a transphobic hate crime, and they were like, but what's the beginning, middle and end? And I said, well, why does it need to have a beginning, middle and end? Because a transphobic hate attack doesn't have a beginning, middle and end. And they were like, oh yeah. And I was thinking about my own practice, and I think that's why theatre's so great, is that if TV's like, yeah, you need that, you need the midpoint, you need all of that, but theatre, you can just structure it from narrative.
Yeah.
And I think I've always remembered that. Ever since she said it, I think about it every single day, which is probably a bit weird.
No, it's
But-
not at all. It's perfect.
Yeah, just
And
the
it's
way she said
true
it was
because,
so
like you
clear.
said, the dominant structure that we all work with is quite a narrow one, and it doesn't apply to everybody's stories at all. And I think one of the wonderful things that's been happening, particularly in the last 5 or 10 years, is that people have been pushing against that and going, actually, if I'm going to tell my story, I want to tell it in the way that I want to tell it, and the way that it makes sense to me. And I completely endorse that. Like, do whatever you want with structure, quite frankly, because it should, like you said, it should serve the story that you're telling. And and it could be that it's, say you're doing a play that's about, I don't know, dementia. Your structure should have dementia. Do you know what I mean? It's like
Exactly, yeah.
that kind of thing should, inform the way that you're creating it. So, yeah.
So there's also that thing of like the expectation that every play would have like a happy ending.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, well, actually, if you're talking about dementia, there is no end.
No. Where does
or
that go?
If there's abuse in it, it might not have a happy ending. But
Yeah.
and those are the true life experiences of people, and I feel that's what the stories I want to tell is the real life.
Yeah.
And actually, in some situations, there isn't a closure or happy ending.
So I'm going to stop you there because we're going to move on to that after the next task. But no, this is great. This is great. Everybody is segueing into my sort of plan. I don't know how. So what we'll do is we'll do the second task, which is, I mean, I don't know if you remember it because we were talking about it a minute ago, but about the people at home to think about those practical things that you could do, whether it's some of these things that we've been talking about now, or the things that you already do. Just list those things down that help you get your work done. Hello and welcome back. Sorry, I'm having a little giggle. Yeah, so that was a great segue just before the break. That was fantastic because I really, what I want to shift on to is, now we've been sort of talking about the different things we need for ourselves and the practical things that we need. I wanted to shift on to actually what we're writing and what we need to write. So I guess it's that question of what do we want to put out in the world. And I think that particularly recently, with everything that's been happening in the past couple of years, it's made a lot of us really have a good old think about what impact we want to have on the world, what we want to write about. I know that I feel like I've changed how I feel about the things that I write and what kind of work I want to put out there. A lot has changed. And just in general, like, I last year I did a few of my plays that have been waiting to be produced for years and years, finally got produced, which was wonderful. But they were very dark plays, quite intense plays, and they at the time when I wrote them, I really needed to write them, so I'm really glad they're out there. But they took a toll on me. Like, they were tough to make, and I've kind of come into this, I just want to make really fun, silly stuff. And like, that's what the mode I'm in at the moment. I want to make joyous comedy. I want to do stuff for kids. I want to, it's that kind of thing of like, what do I want to put out there? What do I want to do? So I've got some questions that you're welcome to note down if you want, or you can just sit and think about them. And they could be quite, what I try and do is, these are the sort of questions I ask myself, maybe a couple of times a year, maybe when I'm in a bit of a fog. We've been talking about that thing of like the sort of the circular thing that you go through where you're like, I love what I do, I love writing, yes, this is a great job, and then you go, suddenly you're on the opposite end of the spectrum and you're hating it and you don't know why you're doing it and you want to stop. And in those moments I often sit down with these questions myself. So I will ask you these questions and you can see how they make you feel. What do I want to leave behind? Which is quite a big one to ask yourself. What stories should be told by me because my perspective is one that has not been heard?
Can you please read that again?
Of course I can. What stories should be told by me because my perspective is one that has not been heard?
Okay.
And maybe a little sort of addition to that is, what stories are mine to tell? What am I burning to say out loud? What impact do I want to have on my audience? Because this is thinking about it as a live medium, the fact that people will be in a room with your piece. What impact do I want to have on my audience? And to add to that is, what experience do I want to give an audience? And then reflecting on some of the stuff we've been talking about. What capacity do I have to write? Like, what can I write at the moment? And then, who am I writing this for? So yeah, sometimes the answers to these questions can be because I need to pay the bills, or I'm sick of writing tragedies. But they can often make you dig in a little bit deeper to why you're writing something, and it could be that you're finding yourself stuck on something, and it's because maybe you've lost the love of what it is you're writing about, and maybe it's not actually what you need to be writing right now. So yeah, do any of these questions bring anything up for you guys in terms of stuff you're working on at the moment?
I think for me it kind of falls into two categories. There's the things which I've been asked to write, so I'm responding to a very specific brief.
Yeah.
So some of these questions I don't know, I mean you could apply them but they don't have so much prevalence.
Yeah.
But then the stuff that I want to tell, you know, to then put out there to hopefully for someone to pick up and say, yeah, that's great, let's go with it. You know, all of these questions would apply to that, but that's usually the stuff which is the ones where I'm giving a bit of myself.
Yeah, the personal stuff.
Yeah. So it fits in with the what am I burning to say out loud? You know, why is it my voice that's important in this? What is it that I'm bringing to it? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it does fall into two very different separate camps.
Yeah, and it could be that the things that you've been asked to write, you are writing to pay the bills, and that's just as valid a thing to be writing for. But you can also kind of fold some of those things into it so that it makes it into something that you need to write as well. So that you're putting stuff into it that means something.
I mean, approaching those projects with these questions in mind, actually, I think will change the dynamic of the piece and make it better.
Yeah, that might. Yeah.
Because it will be another level.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Rather
Absolutely.
than just the kind of like surface level. Well, I'm responding to a brief.
Yes. Yeah.
So.
Well, hopefully, yeah. I mean, that's the thing. These questions help me when in exactly that situation where you go, right, I've got to do this because I've been asked to do this and because they want this kind of thing. I think that there's only so far you can go with that as a writer before you get to a point where you start questioning why you're actually doing it. Because if you don't either agree with what the brief is, or if you don't fully connect with the idea of it, then I think it would care about it. It's I just don't. I'm not sure if the work will be as elevated as it could be. Mm-hmm. But if there's a way of using these questions to find a route into connecting with it in a way that means that you can enjoy it more and connect with it more. Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah. Any thoughts on these? Or anything you're working on at the moment that?
For the Who Am I Writing This For project, it kind of, something just popped out at me, and it's my children's musical that I'm writing, and it's called My Big Cousin. It's about these two cousins, and I thought I'm writing it for my cousin.
Oh,
you know,
that's
quite literally, and I just thought, actually, that has inspired. I've been procrastinating that project for a while, and that's made me really excited and like illuminated the rest of these questions, because it's like, you know, having her in mind, like taking her on this adventure in the story and thinking about her potentially seeing it one day, reading it one day, like that's like a really cool thing for me to do, and I'm like, actually that's why I'm doing it, not because I want some industry person to put it on, you know? Absolutely.
And that as a reason to finish it and to write it is a really useful thing. Just like focusing, like visualizing your cousin sat in the audience and watching it will instantly give you that reason to finish the first draft or get on with the thing. That I have exactly the same thing. I'm writing a family show at the moment, and it's finally a show my kids can come and see. Not that I have. I mean, I have actually taken them to. I took them to Typical Girls, which is absolutely full of swears and all sorts of inappropriate things. But I like to basically told them, don't repeat that at school, and you'll be fine. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, my son in particular, who's very anti-swearing, like, which is quite weird considering I'm a terrible swearer at home. But he's like, when are you going to write something that we can come and see it. It's like, and I am finding, you know, I'm doing a Christmas show, and I am so excited about them seeing that and being able to bring their friends to it and all that kind of thing. And that just means that it elevates me into a position of, right, okay, writing it for them. And it's the same for you, your cousin, and it just gives you an extra reason to get it done, which is really helpful.
Yeah. And makes it fun as well, rather than like this is a to-do thing.
Yeah.
It's like this is a experience for me to enjoy, and hopefully other people will one day, but if not, whatever.
Yeah.
You know.
I got
It
that.
takes the pressure off of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the creativity will flow more freely.
It's like, it's micro rather than macro, isn't it? It's going, actually, no, I'm doing it for this one person, and everything else follows. Like, everybody else will benefit from this as well, but I'm going to focus on that. Yeah, it makes it less scary, I think, sometimes. That's great. Well, I can't wait to see that. I'll bring my kids.
Fingers crossed. We'll see. We'll see.
Exactly. Anything that's you're working on at the moment that would be helped by these kinds of considerations?
I think so. I was doing the same as you. There's something like that's quite like family driven as a show that I've been thinking about for a long while, and I was trying to think, and I think I know who that's for, and I think that kind of really like cemented that for me. But sometimes I think I really struggle with the whole like who you're writing for, and then sometimes I'm like, maybe it's just because I was writing it for myself.
Yeah.
And that's okay.
Of course, yeah.
But yeah, all the questions are so good. Like, I think that question, like, what stories should I tell, and my stories to tell, I think is really important right now, when a lot of us from different lives are kind of reclaiming our own narratives.
Absolutely.
And I think it's really pressing, I think, in my head a lot, like hoping that them imbalances get rebalanced, and we get back to that place. And the more work I see by people reclaiming that narrative and seeing how much better it is,
right?
I'm like, more of this.
Yeah.
And
it ties into what you're saying about structure as well, and like the way that things are written. If they come from an authentic space, that they will feel it feels different to what we're used to seeing, and in a brilliant, great way. And what are those stories that only you can tell, and you're all going to only write the plays that nobody else will write, even if you're writing about topics that other people are writing about. Your unique perspective and your unique style of writing will always be unique to you. Like that's it really. It's really simple. So, and we've only got a certain amount of time and energy that we can spend on these things. So it's kind of like, really take a bit of time to think about those things that you want to put out there, and what you want to say, and why you're the person that needs to say it. And I think that's where the best work will come from, to be honest. Is there anything that you're working on that might key into any of this?
Yes. Like, I feel like I know already knew the answers to these questions, what I'm working on at the moment.
Well, that's good.
But I like the third, what I've got down as question 3, what my burning to say out loud. And once all the current work I am doing now is over, I feel like I want to do something around friendship, and what my burning to say out loud. I'm going to say it out loud.
Yeah, do it.
I don't believe, and I don't know, have your own reactions to this. I don't believe in friends for life. And I don't know if that's controversial or not. And I think the impact I want to have on the audience is that they are divided and they are arguing and being like, how can you not want your friends? Your friends, and that's it. Whereas other people might be like, oh yeah, but no.
Yeah. And and the form of that could affect the way that you write the play as well. Like you said, if it's gonna take that kind of combative kind of form, and people disagreeing and people agreeing, that would impact on the structure, and it would impact on the way that you tell it.
And just how do you kind of break up with a friend? Not because you've fallen out, not because you've done anything bad or whatever, but just, I'm different, you're different now.
And it's devastating. It's more devastating than a love breakup, I think. Like I've had a friend break up, and it's awful.
You expect romantic relationships to break up, don't you, at certain points?
Yeah.
But the same could also be said about family relationships, because two people who are like brother, sister, sister, or cousin, whatever, you could be very, very different people, and it's that thing of like, if you weren't related to me, you wouldn't be the sort of person I would have as a friend.
Yeah.
So because there's this family tie, there's an expectation that you should all, we're family.
Yeah.
And actually, what sort of thing to say? I'm a bit too pragmatic about it to say, you are related to me, but actually we have nothing in common. So we'll meet at family events, but let's just agree really. That's ships that pass.
Yeah, yeah.
Which I think, is a similar thing for friendships as well. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but not even, because you're not family if it's a friendship. You don't even have that Christmas or great auntie's birthday or whatever. Yeah. That you are just going to go.
Well, it's because everybody's lives change so much, and you go into different phases, and suddenly, you drift apart, and there's nothing in common anymore. And I think that's a fascinating subject. I'd love to see a play by that.
Don't be nicking me play ideas.
But it's fine, because if they do, it won't be like your play. It'll be fun. Your play's going to be amazing about it. So don't worry about it. It's all good. That's great. I like that.
I want to see more plays about friendship. I think we don't see enough. I'm excited to see it.
The complexities of friendship, not just like, oh, we're friends and we've got through this really bad experience together and yay.
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry to all my friends out there.
Yes, this is your notice, your 1 week notice. That's the end. I'm afraid. Pack your bags. All right, so we're gonna jump to the next task, just because it's essentially to consider those questions in terms of plays that you've got and plays that you want to write. So we'll take a short 5-minute break again to just consider those tasks before we move on to the next section. We're really motoring through this. Is great. See you in a minute.
questions.
Hello, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed those questions. So yeah, I want to shift this into thinking. We've been thinking about what it is we want to write, those stories that we feel like we need to tell. And now I want to sort of shift that into a little bit of thinking about what you as a writer can do in order to impact the ecology of theatre and the kind of plays that do get out there and how they're made. So if you think about a script as a blueprint for what's going to go on the stage in terms of the dialogue, in terms of stage directions, whether they're impossible or not, and yeah, there's also other things that you can do that will impact the way the play is created and produced. So thinking about what we've been talking about in terms of why the stories that you want to tell, that you feel uniquely placed in order to tell them, you as a writer can also request that the way that it's told is done in the way that it should be. And in the most basic sense of that, you have the power as a writer to write at the start of your play what you hope for it. So that could be in instructions for casting. That could be instructions about the way that the play needs to be formed and rehearsed, and it could be a very simple instruction about structure. It could be, I've written it in this one way, but that doesn't mean you have to perform the scenes in that order. Whatever your play needs, you can put that into the blueprint of your script. So when I started, I used to perform, I used to do comedy. I was in double act all through my 20s. And I got to the point where I got very bad stage fright and realised that I was preferring writing the stuff that we were doing rather than performing it. So I stopped acting and carried on writing. And in writing, I started to notice that all my friends, all my girlfriends who were actors, there just weren't as many parts out there. So I started thinking, okay, well, I could do that. I could write some plays that have good parts for women. That's something that I could make my thing. And that started to become quite a useful challenge for myself, that if I'm going to write stuff, I'm going to make sure it's jobs for the women, basically. That was kind of a very basic rule that I gave myself. So for when I wrote my first play, Belongings, I knew I wanted to write a play for an actress who would be on stage the whole way through, and that it was going to be a challenge for her to do that. And then with The Wasp, I knew I wanted to write a thriller that was fun for two actresses to have to get their teeth into, that I knew I wanted it to be about violence between women, that it needed to be both sort of thrillerish and scary as well as funny. I sort of based that on the fact that when I was in sixth form, I tried to find a duologue for me and a girlfriend to do, and we just couldn't find anything. So we did The Dumb Waiter by Pinter, which is really fun, but not written for women, really. I mean, we did it, we played it, I think we played it as men, but so I just kind of was like, okay, I'm going to just write something that two actresses can do, and that became how I wrote it. And so I'd started thinking about that as my MO, that if I'm going to write plays, I'm going to try and create these jobs. So when I came to write Amelia, the instinct was, let's populate the stage with women and let's tell this story from a woman's perspective, because it was about history seen through the eyes of women and retold and voices being reclaimed. And it kind of became a choice that was made from the story and from the story we were telling, but also one that would then go on to impact how we made the play, because that extended, we started going, okay, well, when we went to the West End, we were like, well, let's make all the crew women and let's see all the creative team are women. Let's just start using the play to make some changes that need to be made in theatre. And I think what I'm suggesting is that as writers, we have a power to do this, and we can use that power to write the stories that we are uniquely able to write, but also request that they are done in a way that might not always be the common choice, that need to be done, so that to challenge who gets jobs, to challenge how it is made, how accessible a rehearsal room is, how inclusive it is, backstage and on stage. All of these things, we actually, as writers in theatre in particular, we sort of have that right from the sort of the kernel of the idea, which is kind of why I sort of started this with us all thinking about what we need as writers. And I think that if we start from that point of view of like what we need to do our best work, it will end up bleeding into the play and then bleeding into the way that the play is made. So if you try and include how you want to work in the play and how you hope the play will be made, I think things will start changing the way that things get made. I think. Yeah. Yeah, any reflections on that in terms of the way that you write your plays anyway, and the sort of things that you might do to make sure that they are created in the way that you hope they will be?
Yeah, I did it recently, I think, and I thought I was being a bit of a diva, but actually now you're saying that, I'm like, no, I think I was doing the right thing. I wrote a play on like a writer's attachment, and it's something now I'm still working with, but it's like a kind of like a tragic love story between two non-binary neurodivergent people, and I was very aware that our industry loves to play neurodivergent people when we're not. And so I requested that in the front of the script. I said these characters must be played by people who are both non-binary and neurodivergent, and when we did the reading of it, it was exactly as I pictured it, because I think we got the right casting.
Amazing. And
it was just so good, and I think I put like a request in the front being like, everyone who like works with this text must understand the social model of disability, you know, and that was really important to me in my work. Yeah. And I felt like I was being like a bit demanding too much so early on in my career. No,
that's not diva-ish. That is I think this is absolutely the way that we need to head towards. I think that those kinds of requests are essential if anything's going to change about who gets to do the work, to be honest.
And do you know what? I think from requesting that and put my foot down, the work was only better. Yeah. It was only better. And I'm excited to see where I take it to next because of that, because of the thing I said first.
And also think about because of that request, and because that's in the text, and that play, if that falls into the hands of a school or a community group or anywhere really, you're opening up a door where other people can feel like they can make those kinds of requests, and it starts a conversation that starts asking questions about, okay, so that's the casting, but what else can we open that up to? And I think that's amazing. And also, what's that going to need in terms of what's the rehearsal room going to look like, and what needs people have.
Exactly.
I think that's brilliant.
Yeah. So thank you for the permission of saying that and making me think I wasn't doing that.
Oh, absolutely. I think it's one of those really simple things that we can do as writers, is just put a little request in there, and if it's important to the play that that's what it needs to be, then we can do that. It's a superpower. Is there anything anybody else is writing that you might include a little note in?
I mean, I spoke to you earlier on, my background was doing like issue-based theatre and education, so that's where my passion lies in terms of wanting to write plays about the issues that we all face, because I think they're really important stories that need to be told. I am blessed to have a very strong-minded woman who I'm married to, who basically, she opens my eyes to all the prejudices that are against women. My daughter's in a same-sex relationship, and so I get to understand all the challenges that she faces. She set up a company which is about giving females and LGBTQ plus people opportunities like music or whatever their creative outlet is. So I am blessed that I have her wisdom, which I can bring to the table. So the way that I approach the work that I'm doing is I always try to make sure that there's more women than men in the cast. I always try, unless the story dictates otherwise, that the strongest characters in there are the women, which raises a question which I'll come on to in a moment. I've forgotten the other point I was going to make. So I'll go to that question now. But it's just like, I'm interested, because I'm obviously sat here with three women, it's like, about men writing strong female leads in their plays, you know, do you have an opinion on that, really?
Well, I mean, it's always great, like, and just in a pure sort of jobs for women sense, that's wonderful. I think that's absolutely.
Do you think they can do it justice? I think there's more to the point I'm asking.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course. I think, well, it goes back to that sort of what story are you telling, and actually, it doesn't necessarily need to be a woman's story, but your perspective on it needs to be the one that we need to hear, and if women are telling that, it doesn't necessarily even have to be. I mean, that's the thing. It could be that you write a man's story, but you say that it has to be cast entirely by a woman, because that's, you know, that's the perspective that would be interesting to hear from. But
one example was about it was about a child who had two mothers, and the father was a sperm donor, but it was a friend. And there was the agreement that it wasn't going to be part of the life. Okay, he wanted. It's a complicated story, but anyway, he gets estranged from the son. Okay, and then it's the son's 18th birthday, and he has got this feeling his father had died, so he wanted to come and actually see this son, because obviously all his values have just been turned upside down by losing his dad. So it's his story because he's come to see his son, but actually it's more about the effect of that from the mothers, you know, because only one of them is the natural mother. So how does the other one feel? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And all the seesawing of the emotions and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Well, I'm not here to tell people what stories they can and can't tell. Like, I definitely can't make that decision, because I've told stories that I probably shouldn't have told in the past, and I think that we all kind of have to work out from our own basis what's the right. But as writers, we're empaths, right? We're empathetic. We put ourselves in positions of all of our characters, and we try and work out who they are. And I guess if your perspective on a story is telling a point of view of something that is important and needs to be heard, then I think you absolutely should write it. And if in the balance of that, you as a person being, you know, able to kind of recognise that you're, you know, a white man who's, you know, the dominant person who tells stories in this country, if you're able to say to yourself, all right, if this is going to be made, somebody's going to make this play, so what can I do in order to change a few things that are actually going to impact the industry in a useful way? If that is write a bunch of great characters that women can play, then I think that's useful.
But it is that thing about, is it that you want to do them justice?
Yeah,
that's
of course. And you do that with empathy. You do that with research, and you do that. You honour it. You honour the story in the way that you need to do, and just keep asking yourself that question: is my perspective needed on this? Yes. You keep going until it gets put on. But I think we're all asking that. I'm a straight white woman. There's loads of stories I really shouldn't tell, you know, and so I'm always asking myself that question: should I? Nobody needs my opinion on this, or nobody needs my perspective on this, but there are some stories that I could be useful for.
Because the other point I was going to make was about putting a note in, and unless it really is explicitly necessary, I would say, you know, this could be played by any ethnicity.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? But that, how do you approach that? Because the names that you choose might suggest one thing. Yeah. But actually, it doesn't matter. No. The story's the story. Yeah. It doesn't matter the ethnicity of the people who are playing.
I mean, that's the thing. And sometimes it does, and I think that's the thing, is that there is, you have to be aware of the cultural significance of certain scenarios, and that's where the research comes in, and that's that question: should I be writing this? And and it comes down to the people that you're working with and what perspectives they're bringing into the situation as well, and whether or not that piece is the thing that you should be creating. But I think
so the base there is the sensitivities to the culture.
Yeah.
Right.
It's an ongoing conversation, and I certainly don't get things right at all. And I think it's a hard conversation to have, particularly as white people and straight people and neurotypical people. All these, there are things that I'm learning all the time, and I think that's okay. And we need to recognise that we're going to get things wrong a lot, but I think there's also lots of times where we have to go, I'm going to step back from this isn't my story to tell.
Right.
Yeah, because with all the best intentions and wanting to do justice and everything, there's certain places in mine that I would not want and wouldn't let, now that I've grown a pair and had an experience last year where I was like, where I wouldn't let a white person direct it, because at the end of the day, a director does bring their perspective and their filters and their prejudices, biases, whatever, to things. And there are some cases, not always, but some cases where I don't think a person of colour's story should be filtered through those things. Yeah, that's not me saying, for the record, that a white person cannot direct a person of colour's work. That's not what I'm saying.
No.
There's just particular stories or particular experiences.
There's big time nuance to it all,
Yeah,
but I think if we keep saying these things out loud, hopefully we'll collectively work out what the best way is. And I think every project probably has a different conversation to have around it. But constantly asking ourselves if we're the right people for the job is a really useful exercise.
Yeah.
Any reflections on any of that?
Lots. It's something I'm really thinking about, I think. And there's just as much power in going. There's just as much power and work done in stepping away from something and stepping aside than there is from continuing to do it. It's like, I'm probably going to say something really controversial now, but the play Curious Incident has done wonders for my community. Seeing a play about an autistic experience on such a global scale. But if that play was written now, it shouldn't have been written by someone of not that experience.
Yeah.
And it's like, how do we learn from that and move forward? And I always think just because something's been done before doesn't mean it should always still be done. And and now that's kind of like broken the glass ceiling. It's like, how do we move on from here and tell other experiences of autism or of neurodivergence or of disability that isn't told by someone or isn't written by that person? Because then it's all, and I think it's a really specific, nuanced thing with that, because especially with autism, it's such a condition where the parents and the family of the people speak louder than us who live with the condition. Then is it right for people now who haven't got the experience of that? How does that play into the helpfulness of the narrative? Yeah, so something I'm really thinking about. Yeah. But that's not to say I don't know if it was wrong. It was the right thing with the right intention in that moment, and it had to be done because otherwise we wouldn't be where we are now. But it's where we build from it. Yeah, and I think that the culture is endlessly changing. Yeah. Usually for the better, hopefully for the better. And we just have to keep having these open conversations and accepting when we get things wrong, and also trying to be better, I think, at what we do. And also harnessing those powers to be specific about who gets to make the play and who gets to be in the play and who needs to see the play and how accessible that is in terms of how the play's put on. There's all sorts of wonderful things happening with captioning and relaxed performances and all these different things that
were really rare, to be honest, even a couple of years ago, and still are, yeah, still are, but they're starting to be more embraced, I think.
Yeah.
So the more we ask for that as writers, I think, the better.
Do you think as writers, I suppose this is a question, do you think as writers we have, do you think we have the place to request of the company making our work the audience engagement? So like if I'm making a work for, I don't know, trans people in queer spaces, do I have, is it my place to ask of them, I want a certain amount of tickets to be available to trans people from the area? Is it my place to ask, I want you to put on buses for these people to come to the show so they can afford it? Like, is that something we can ask? I think that's too much.
No, I think absolutely ask for it. I mean, it's who knows what they'll say. I think that's the thing, we do have to ask for those sorts of things. Like when we went to the West End with Amelia, I said it's just not going to be affordable for people to come to see this show. We need to have a certain amount of tickets that are at least affordable in terms of West End. I mean, it's still 20 quid, but that was like, for West End, that was pretty good. And we had 100 every day of those, and that was a request that came from me and Nicole, Charles, the director. You know, we kind of asked for that, and our wonderful producers gave that to us. But I think we just have to keep asking, and they can always say no, or they'll go, no, we can't manage that, but we can do a gala night. We can make sure that there's this amount of affordable tickets, and we publicise it to the people that you want us to. I think we just need that. That's what I think. That's the thing, is that I think we're often made to feel really grateful that people are putting our work on, because you know everybody's trying to get work on, and that's great. And you know, I'm speaking from a position where my work is being put on, so I recognise that I probably am able to ask these things more. But to be honest, I was doing it before then as well, and often I would get no's, but at the same time it would start a conversation that would make a tiny little change that would be useful. So I think as writers we do have a little bit of that kind of power to just go, do you know what, guys, it would be really great if we could get the audience that would love this play in, but I know that they're not going to be able to afford those tickets, so can we do some kind of deal for that? And to be honest, most of the time, theatres just want an audience in, so they'll work it out.
Yeah. It goes back to the question you said before, like, who's the work for?
Yeah.
And if you're making the work for them people but they can't see it, then what's the point?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I'm thinking a lot.
Yeah.
Coming to a lot of realisations in this session.
Good. I mean, yeah, I think we've got to sort of slightly give ourselves permission and also dispel that idea that we have our job as a writer and we write it, and then other people do all the other stuff. And I think they all, you know, everybody has their jobs, but it's collaborative. Theatre's collaborative in its whole nature. So, and in my experience, I find that marketing teams and producers are really grateful to have sort of thoughts about this kind of stuff, because we might be tapped into communities that they've not managed to tap into yet. So, you know, that if that's a way in, then that's fantastic. And really, all they want to do is sell tickets. So
yeah,
that's a good thing, you know.
Yeah.
So, what's the task? There's another task. Oh my God. Just checking the task, you guys. We'll just do another little 5-minute break before we just go into, because we're nearly at the end, to be honest. So, well, maybe actually let's not do the task. Oh, maybe we should do the task. Am I supposed to do the task? Oh my God.
You're in charge.
Okay, do the task. Okay. So yeah, the next task is to think about a current project that you're working on, and what notes that you can include in the start, and any rules about who plays certain characters, for example, but that is not information that's implicit in the script. So often you're writing a script and it's pretty obvious who should be playing who, but sometimes it's not. So yes, the task is to think about something you're working on at the moment and whether there's any useful instructions, and we'll give you 5 minutes before we come back and do the last little chunk of stuff. Hello again. We're starting to run out of time, so I just wanted to bring it sort of all round into where we started, which was thinking about ourselves as writers and what we need, and where that can end up, which is in a rehearsal room and on the stage. And I just wanted to talk very briefly about how in a rehearsal room, which I'm sure you've all had experience of, but you can, working with your director, working with the producer, you can request that these needs and these wants and this question of what do I need in order to do my best work can be taken into consideration when the rehearsal room's being planned. And one of the things that really works is creating a manifesto, essentially, for how you're going to run the room. And obviously this is usually down to the director, but it's something that you can instigate as a writer and you can request. Particularly if you have your own needs in terms of what as a writer you'll need, particularly with a new piece of writing. It might be that within a rehearsal room, you as a writer, you're going to need certain things. For example, for me, I often ask for if anybody has questions about something, about character choice or a moment in the play, that I always say I won't answer straight away, just because I usually need a bit of time to think about it. And that often if I do answer straight away, I'm just doing it based on some kind of knee-jerk reaction rather than actually properly thinking about it. So I know that that's something, as a writer, I need people to know that I will take their question, I will think about it, and I will get back to them about it. And often you find that question dissipates and it's not relevant anymore because they've worked through something in the room, or it opens something else up, which is really useful. But in a room run by a director who is conscious of the needs of everybody within it, creating a manifesto for how the room will work is a really useful thing to do. And that could be that people will need regular breaks. They need somewhere to go to be peaceful, to be quiet, that they need to know that they can just leave the room at any point without explanation. It could be that there are certain topics that people don't want to talk about, and that's okay. And built into that, it's usually really useful to have a check-in and a check-out every day as well, so that people can kind of register whether their day has started well or not, or if they've got things on their mind, and how everybody's feeling at the end of the day. It's a really good way of just checking, for the director in particular, like making sure that everybody's okay, essentially. And it comes down to this idea of, I think we were talking about this off screen, but when we're making work, if we're not making work in a way that is safe and enjoyable, then I feel like it shows in the work. And a piece of theatre can be absolutely beautiful and genius, but if the process of making it has been unsafe or abusive or hard in a way that it didn't need to be, then I don't think that work is very good. And it's about dispelling this sense of we need to suffer for our art, that you need to be a tortured genius, that there are still too many people in the industry who are very powerful, who treat people very badly, and that's still a problem. And I think that all of this stuff that we've been talking about will help work towards dismantling that, at least I hope it will, so that we all recognise that making art shouldn't be painful, and it can be hard and unenjoyable, as we've been talking about, in its own way, but it shouldn't be at the detriment of our health, of our mental health, of our lives, and if we as writers can hone in on what we need personally and start really honouring that and honouring our process and honouring the things that we need and asking ourselves the questions about what we want to put out in the world and how we want to make that work, that starts to bleed into the relationships we have with our creative teams and therefore into the rehearsal room. And so things like people like Artist Wellbeing, who's a company that will come in and they'll run a workshop at the start of a rehearsal period where they'll just establish a manifesto, or they'll establish how the room is going to work based on the needs of everybody within it. That sort of thing is becoming way more common, and I think that's the sort of thing as writers we can request, and we can say, I think that this process is going to need support, and I think that we're going to need extra help for these different things that we're dealing with and we're talking about. So those are some of the things that we can ask for. I think this, we were talking about that thing is like, what can we actually ask for? I think we just need to just keep asking for these things, and people will start listening to that. And you can request things like, with Typical Girls, I said I think it's really important that we have integrated captioning, and I think in the end, in terms of the budget, it wasn't possible for the whole thing. Oh no, it was. We did have the integrated but we had creative captioning for the songs, and we had captioning throughout for the dialogue. And that, because I asked for that right at the start of the process, and I think that's the thing, we need to sort of slightly give ourselves permission to just right at the start of the process ask for those things that we think that the project would need, because things always take time and budget, and people have to consider it from really early on. And they were able to make that happen, which was amazing. But I asked for it too late on Amelia, and so we couldn't manage it. So it's that sort of. I guess what I'm saying is I'm give yourself permission to ask for the things you think the project will need, and hopefully it will happen, or at least it will start a conversation that will shift things a little bit. So yeah. So essentially, whatever you need for your best work, hopefully bleeds into a culture that you will create as a writer with your play that can ask everybody else. Because if you're asking those questions, it kind of gives permission for everybody else in the team to ask those questions as well. And it gives permission for theatres to feel emboldened to make a few changes around the building, or to employ the people that they need to in order to make it more inclusive and accessible. So yeah, that's where it kind of gets to, I think, this chat. Is there anything you want to fold into that as a thought or a useful?
Just to say, because I'm working on a piece of community theatre at the moment, and obviously when you're working with people who are non-actors or not professional actors, that throws up another set of challenges, because which you probably won't know until you're actually in the space.
Absolutely.
But one of the things is the shorthand that you have in theatre, and making sure that when you're talking about downstage left or whatever, people are going, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, so in establishing, making sure that you're not talking in acronyms, and you're explaining yourself clearly and explicitly, so that people who aren't used to working in that environment understand what you're saying. But also in terms of accessibility, if it's a community cast, we want to have as many different people getting involved and making it as inclusive as possible, which will involve things like accessibility and stuff like that. So it's just, for me, it's just giving me things I need to be thinking about.
Well, the thing is theatre it's collaborative, and it's a huge team, and there's people, their job is to do all this kind of thing, so we're not trying to take their job away from them. But I think as writers, I think just saying it out loud, putting it in our script, it just kind of emboldens people to go, oh, okay, no, this is a focus, this is something that's important that we could try something new out with, or we can do that thing that we always do, with every production, and that's great, that will integrate well. But I guess I'm just sort of saying we're not just the monkeys with typewriters. We can kind of we can have a voice, and we can hopefully positively impact the industry in that way, I think.
Sounds like a plan.
Yes, let's do it. Any questions?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
I'm not quite sure, I'm still kind of formulating, but I'm wondering, when as writers do we have the power, the right, whatever, to have deal breakers? Do we have that, if we're under commission, particularly with a company, if we make a request that's very important to us, and the company can't fulfil that request?
I guess it depends on how important that deal that is to you, and if it is genuinely a deal breaker, if you feel like that they're not going to be able to deliver on something that is going to make the play the way it needs to be, then that's a very difficult decision to make, but it might be the time to step away. But I can't tell that to you, because it could also be the play that you need to put on now, and you might have to sort of let a few things go.
I suppose my question's more just, can we, do we have the right?
Of course you do, yeah, of course you do. It's all about, you give people the rights to do your play, and I guess maybe this is why it's important to write down the things that you expect from the people that are putting your play on. And of course you're going to, if somebody's putting your play on, you're going to sign a contract, and there's probably a certain amount that you can't say no to, and you know they will have the rights to put the play on, but hopefully you're working with good people who will honour what you're hoping for, and the reason why they've taken it on in the first place is that they recognise what you're trying to create with it. But that's why it's useful to have these conversations really early on in the process, so that you could just make sure you're all on the same board. But yeah, once you've signed a contract, it's quite tricky to pull out. But I mean, I'm sure it's possible. I know. I'm not an agent, so I don't really know but I'm sure it is possible if it really was a deal breaker moment.
Talk to my agent.
Speak to you. But it is, yeah. It's if it's a really important, then I guess the thing is just make sure you're flagging these things right at the start. Yeah. Which is why writing in the script's a good idea, because it's just there right from the beginning.
Thank you.
No worries. Anything else? I've got my little end script to say. So I'm going to say thank you to all our wonderful participants in the room and at home. And the workshop will be available unedited on the Royal Exchange YouTube tomorrow, and as interpreted into BSL in the next month, which is great. Thank you for joining us.